All right, you landlubbers, we are back for day 4. And today is going to be interesting because we have been able to crunch some time in to do some streaming every now and then. But since we have a nice long weekend for the 250th celebration of America in these United States, I'm going to stream as long as possible. I mean, if we can get like 8 or 10 hours in, this is going to be great because my goal is to get the license server done, get it deployed, get it working. We also want to get like a macOS shell app up so that we can show how it works. We're going to burn a serious amount of tokens today, and we'll probably pick this up again into a really long stream again tomorrow. Um, as long as I don't lose my voice. So I don't think that I could talk for like 8 hours straight without losing my voice. So I'm probably gonna do less talking and just more vibe coding. If you guys want to interact, we'll do some talking then. But otherwise, it's just gonna be me cranking out some work here, and we're gonna go through everything that we have so far, and we'll just we'll just crank on through. I think that's the goal for today. Um, so yeah, let's get some music going because that's always helpful. And we'll just get this going. All right. All right. So I'm just bringing up the app, um, and then we're gonna see what it came up with, and we're just gonna run through it and go from there. monitor. On the side. My face out of here. All right. Give me one moment and we're just gonna check on the audio to make sure this is all working real good. Nope, that's not what we wanted. All right, I think we got it. All right, so I think last time we were trying to get this license server up. Just to rehash what we're going to do here, the general idea is we want to be able to sell some macOS software. We don't want to go through the Apple Store. We just want to put it up on a website, be able to sell it, and have people purchase the software and have licenses that we can renew and all that kind of stuff. So let's kind of like go through. I'm just going to see what ChatGPT came up here with last time, and we'll go from there. All right. So it looks like what happened is it seeded a product. Gotta do one thing real quick here. All right, y'all, I just gotta update some stuff. Which I should have done before. Okay. All right, let's go through this. So this is a product, and a user should be able to go through here, add a new product. We're gonna clean up some of this. Is very like rough at the moment, but that's the vibe coding we're gonna be doing. So this is a seed product, for example, and so what they're basically saying is this product set up for 2 machines per license. And then, so basically when someone registers this app, or they like purchase a license, they'll be able to register this to 2 different machines. Just gonna try and scroll down here because the new X Live Studio is got to be the most distracting thing I've ever seen. It just like flashes constantly. Is there a way to pop this chat out, or did they remove that feature? Looks like they removed it. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Sorry. So I need to figure out how to make this less distracting. There we go. Wild. I think they're vibe code and stuff too. Okay, so now if we look at this, we have got um, this is basically saying there's a 30-day validation that can happen. So by default, this license should have to be renewed every 30 days with like a 7-day grace period. And it's currently allowing purchases, and Stripe Connect is not connected for this organization yet. So the last thing that I basically told it to do was go through and try and make this whole onboarding better for the user. Paste this slug into the shell so activations bind to the product. That should probably show the slug. Paste the key ID in public time. Private key stays on the Rails server. Yes, okay. Issue a license. All right, so let's do this. First of all, I don't like this slug thing. All right, so we want to probably remove the product slug if we, or maybe actually let's keep the product slug, but it needs to be properly have the product primary key ID inside the slug so that we parse that out. And that will also make it so that products themselves do not have to be unique across the entire platform, which would be really terrible because other people might want to name their product the same thing. So I want you to go and update the code so that our slug includes the primary key inside, or like prefix it to the slug that the user chooses. And I want you to update the tests, run the test to make sure that everything is working still correctly. And then create a git commit and push it up to this branch. In fact, create a new goal to do this and validate that the goal is completed properly by running the tests and ensuring that they pass. You probably only need to run the tests related to the updates and changes that we're making. Okay, so while the AI does that, we're gonna go and continue on. Use Stripe checkout. Webhooks in production. Okay, so the nice thing about Stripe Connect is that people can bring their own Stripe profiles and get paid through them. And then we don't have to deal with anything like refunds or whatever. Like it's just, we're just basically making a way for people to easily get paid. Issue a license. Okay, registered shell. That's the license. Show. I think the other thing, we should probably put a tooltip here. Make sure this is easier. Yeah. So I don't think this whole like server URL, activation endpoint, signing key ID really need to be part of this. I think what we need to do is give like the user or the developer or like a config file or something with all of this in it. Local demo license. Oh, okay. So this thing down here is the thing they're talking about here. Okay. Seems pretty easy, I guess. So as soon as that finishes the slug thing, we'll keep going. If you guys want to watch that, I'll just move it on over. So I think early on, what we're going to experience here are some of these things are just really slow, right? Like if I want to go and make a tweak here, make a tweak there, right now we can do that. I could create a new work tree and get and have it work on the thing, commit it in to main, pull the changes up for each work tree. And that workflow kind of works all right. I don't super love it. So we're going to try and figure out how to make this faster as we go. Agents working in like the same directory have a huge problem with each other that they like tend to clobber each other's work. I've literally seen, like if you spin up two agents in the same directory to work on a code base, they start looking at files and they go, oh, you modified some files in here that I don't understand why there's modified files. I didn't make those changes. Well, obviously, like, you gotta tell them, oh, there's another agent working in this directory with you. So don't do things like get stashed just because you're trying to make some update. Yeah, that's not great. I think something I want to definitely try is see if agents have the ability to work with JJ, which is jujitsu. And it's like a different way of managing like source control changes. So it has a backend for Get, so it can work properly with like object refs and everything. But instead of going to the command line and doing Git commit all the time to commit all of your changes, every like change you do automatically basically creates a commit when you run the JJ command. So if it were to go in there and be like, you know, what's going on with our repository, it's like trying to do like a diff or anything like that, it's automatically going to create a Get. And I don't know if these models have been trained too well on that yet. It's definitely an experiment that I want to run at some point. So after we get this license server up, we're going to start with like our macOS app that is going to, we're gonna like implement all these things. I don't love using the Codex app. They like break stuff all the time. For some reason it blows through tokens. I can't figure out how. Like there'll be some days where I'll be using GPT 5.5 fast in Pi and I have no problems with it. Like I'm hardly using any tokens, and then I'll open up like the Codex macOS app, and in 5 minutes I'll blow through an entire like session's budget or an entire week's budget somehow. And I don't know if they're like piggybacking off of their own APIs to do things like summarization and whatnot, and that's killing the usage. I have no idea. But I don't like that these things are constantly just changing under my feet, and it's a coin toss whether I'm going to blow through all of the usage in a single session or not. So my goal is to create a macOS app that allows us to vibe code, work with AI in a way that we wanted to work with it. We'll experiment with different things. You know, I'm hoping to bring in the what is it, 15, 20 years of programming experience that I have now to build this app in a way that allows us to move rapidly. I think a lot of people are going to converge on this idea of Git was designed for a single person or a single developer to be working on their machine. Maybe that's the workspaces thing was kind of layered into it, but I think we're all going to quickly get to a point where maybe that's not going to be the best way to work anymore. So instead of fighting that, maybe we'll do some experiments and we'll see if we can get JJ working. One thing I really want to try out is getting like a mind map. When I'm starting a new project and I want to figure out all the things that I need to do for it, I will use like a mind map, which is basically like you start a node and you describe what you want, and then you branch nodes off of that. And over time, as you continue enhancing your ideas of what you're doing for this thing, you end up with this massive like tree of all of these thoughts. And I've always wondered if we could build a way of having agents drop into those nodes on the mind map and start implementing each of the things. It's like small isolated changes. So that's an experiment I'm definitely looking forward to trying as soon as we get this Mac OS app up and running. There's probably other ways to do get, like we could probably straight up modify our own refs or put them into their own buckets and apply like change sets. That might remove the concurrency like issues where you have multiple agents working in a directory. It feels like kind of a hack though. I think companies that have like large mono repos do stuff like this, but they also have a lot of specialized software that manipulates get that way, where you just create these like change sets and you branch off of them, and I don't know. Let's see. Oh yeah, I need to fix this in Pi. We should not be hitting this error every time just to get packed. With all the stuff coming out with Fable now, all these model improvements, uh, the MTPLX improvements with Gwen 3.6 27B, I think is going to be pretty sweet. So I want to try that. Yeah, we're going to see some cool stuff here. I'm like really excited for the future of local AI. So as I go and build this new Mac OS app to do vibe coding and vibe businessing, we're just gonna pack it with all these features that allow us to do local, like fully local stuff. I think that, you know, frontier models are going to be awesome, and I think they're going to be awesome for a while, but I also think we're quickly converging on what's going to be possible locally. And so while everyone else is out plugging in every new API and charging you out the nose to run them all, I'm going to try and go with a local first model with everything. And then if we want to turn on like the money feature, should we call it max feature, then we can do that and start blowing capital to enhance things with like frontier models. But if I think if people can go out and get themselves a bunch of GPUs or cluster together, some Mac Studios or something, um, that's gonna be pretty sweet. So we should focus on that for sure. As soon as we get this license thing set up and our base macOS app set up. I also noticed the last time on the live stream, we were getting some random like glitching of the video. Um, so I set up another like 5G connection, uh, and I gotta bond them together. But I'm not doing that yet on this video because I am out in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, and there's no cell phone connection out here. So it would be pretty pointless to try and wire that up right now. So this video is 100% to you, streamed via Starlink Mini, no less. It's been a long time since I powered up the Starlink high performance flat mount dish because it was using like 100, maybe 120 watts, I think. And the Mini uses like 24 watts. So the power consumption of the two is like drastically different. For a while, I paid for a subscription just for the flat mount and one for the Mini so I could run them both at the same time. And I did a lot of benchmarking on it just to see what would happen. And the flat mount is definitely uh like I got way more throughput from it. But for the power consumption just wasn't worth running it, honestly. So it's just kind of sitting there now. Right next to the Mini. Like on top of the van, you can see this massive flat mount dish. You can't see the Mini at all, and it's right next to it because of the like it's so small and low profile. And the throughput difference, like I put a post on X about it a while ago, and it wasn't like that drastic, but for doing things like maybe streaming or uploading and downloading large local models, it might make a difference. Um, I don't know. I might wire it back up to my account and see if the flat mount really helps out. Let's see how much power we have. Yeah, we got some good power right now. It is summertime too. I had to turn the flat mount off in the wintertime because we just weren't getting enough power. But our 48-volt system is completely charged up and our 12-volt system's at 93%. So think we're... Yeah, we're currently getting a surplus of about 1,000 watts. So maybe we'll give that a try. If we still get some lag tomorrow, I might have to wire that one back up. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to pull this up. Just do this real quick. Oh, not that. All right. Well, let's see what it came up with, shall we? And find licensed products. Start the server. Oh, what's just happened? Oh, no. We've got to fix that. Alright, not right now. Maybe there's something else that you need to do because I'm getting this error when I reload the page now. That didn't work at all. I know what's going on. Let's just fix this one. Oh, you know what? I bet you because the slugs in this is there we go. Okay. Cool. So now I think what we need to do is let's do this. Oh man, I hope that didn't mess up the audio too much. Figure that one out. When the user or when the developer is adding a product to the license app server, really what we probably want to show is just a config, like a JSON config that they can download or something, and then include that and package it up with their app so that the app properly uses that config. And we should also make it so that we can like paste that into the license app shell to try it out with that config. And then in the future, we should probably will also want, or not in the future, but now, we should make sure that however we're doing this is the correct way so that things are properly like signed and pinned or whatever, so that a malicious user can't go in and just change that config so that the license server starts working. In fact, why don't you search the web on the correct way to do that? Wow. I'm gonna have to find a way to pin the microphone. This is crazy. The AirPods continually try to reset what the input device is instead of my microphone. This is wild. Like Matt, Apple's tried to make everything so easy for people that they've made it impossible to do things simply. Like I shouldn't be able to go in there and say like, do not change this input. But here we are. What did it come up with? Probably should have had it. Should have. So it looks like if they pin the config in there, no, change it. The config will be part of what's signed. Keep going. All right. So one of the skills that I have set up basically says that any new code that's in the repository that's written really needs to be reviewed by a reviewer. So in our Pi subagents, I have added a reviewer subagent, and this seems to help produce better code. I don't know if it's because the reviewer is going through and like getting a fresh new session, and this agent then prompts the other one and says, hey, this is what we've done. Go review the code and look for any findings and, return your findings. And so I'll notice that these reviewers a lot of times will return findings that the LLM finds valid. It burns more tokens because now you have a reviewer going through everything, but it does find a lot of edge cases, and sometimes they're really important. I think in the past we just coded Ruby on Rails stuff to be the happy path, and everything else should just show an error page kind of thing. And AI tends to go way off the rails with solving every non-happy path. And a lot of the reviews that it returns are those findings, but sometimes it finds just critical things like that are just outside the boundaries or outside the edge of what the scope of the agent that had to implement the thing was. And sometimes these reviewers will look at like interactions with other features and say, this interaction is actually going to cause a problem. So save my bacon once or twice. I know it takes longer and it brings more tokens, but it makes me feel better. So let's see. It looks like maybe the reviewer had some findings that it came back with. must have. Need to get this to like print out the review findings because it's kind of hidden from us. It seems to be fixing something with it. Now it's going to do another review. All right. So... Okay, so now we have So the product show page should present one downloadable license app config instead of separate fields. Good, that's better for our users. Set. It's persistent memory keys from overriding. Hits. Okay. Let's give this a try. Wow. Boy, did it mess up our website, though, huh? Alright. Let's annotate on. Something you changed is basically making the web page much, much wider than it should be. It's like pushing the web page to have a horizontal scroll bar. So I think you need to go back and look at what you just changed and figure out what you broke with that so that the page is not wider than it's supposed to be or wider than it was before. So we could get really technical with it. Like, we could probably tell it that something's overflowing, cut something off. You know, the codex tool, one thing I really like is like the annotate button. So you can actually like go in here and like click the thing and be like, I think this is what's causing it or something. But the new like GPT 5.5 is pretty good of taking something from like layman's terms of, you know, I'm maybe just like let's pretend like I'm a product owner or product manager, depending on if you've done Scrum. And I'm like reviewing this thing and I'm saying, like, I'm doing all the clicking around and I'm saying, okay, wait a minute, like this is too wide, right? Like that's what they would come back and tell a developer, like, oh, you made this page so wide all of a sudden and it has a horizontal scroll bar that needs to be fixed. Cool. Okay. Well, so what we should do then is just tell that to the LLM and see what it comes back with, because then it can interpret it the way it needs to. And it kind of looks like it's already doing that. So I'm going to bring up the other window here so that you can see what I am talking about. And I'll push this all the way over. So this is pretty cool. The LLM actually, so I gave it like a computer use tool. So it opened up this browser, can control it, can click on things, whatever it needs to do. And it can, my computer use tool that I implemented goes through Playwright for some of this. So there's like the full computer use where I can click around, see things, look at what's on the screen, use the hollow model to describe what's on the screen, but then I also enhance the computer use with a browser specific like playwright tool so that when you're in the browser, the agent could get more information and have more control over a specific browser than just like a generic AX tree or um, visual mouse clicking sort of thing. So now I can tell it to like go validate its own work and it should be able to do this. Oh, I crashed again. Okay, we gotta fix this. It's just annoying. I drink way too much coffee. I'm gonna keep drinking this pie here. Yeah, so you can see that it's actually calling our MCP right now for managing Playwright. I mean, ideally, it would write a system test in Ruby on Rails here. We have a controller test, test system license. Oh, okay. So it's got a smoke test that it created. So call it a smoke test, or what should we call that? Really, let's just have a system test that checks this, but we'll let it go. Okay. So while that is going, I think I should probably set up the domain. Let's see what we've got so far. So that's in there. I'll need to route it to our server. Oh, that's done. Okay. Let's go back to this for a minute. All right. So if we go back and we refresh the page, let's load it up. Just run through it, make sure it all makes sense. I think what we need to do is probably prompt the agent a little better. Let's do this. Okay, so this looks much better, but I'm looking at the page for this product, this licensed product, and there's like one, two, three, four steps, and they're nice, but I think they're too high level. Like they don't really get into any details. I think we should have like multiple sections where it's like, here's the things you need to do one step at a time as a developer. This thing needs to go here. This thing needs to go there. This should be stored in this file. Here's how you pin the thing. Um, we're leaving a lot off in these instructions. Um, and I think in the future, it's probably going to get to a point where we might even want to have like a copy markdown button where it copies all the instructions into markdown so that they can just give it to their agent and let the LLM agent implement it for them in their project. But in order to do that, we need to ensure that these instructions come with a lot more details. I don't even think that we're properly referencing like the sample app shell or anything like that. We probably should have like a reference to that, because what we'll probably end up doing is like putting that shell up on our GitHub repository or something at some point in the future. And so, or maybe even just like creating a zip file so that they can download it and like try the shell out to make sure that, to see how we would do like an example of configuring a macOS app with this whole like license thing, including like using our library so that they can have a user come in and purchase a license and activate the license and all that. I just think there's a lot of gaps on this product page that need to be filled in. So you should go review it. You should even have a reviewer review it and tell them what I'm telling you, and then come back with your findings. Don't make any changes yet. Just come back with your findings and present them to me. That's weird. It changes me to you. Like, it's like the AI, the Apple AI model that was being used for my voice kind of went through and flipped that around. I don't know. That's a little weird. Something strange going on there. Code changes. Okay. Please public security. Okay, I want you to do all these things. Actually, in fact, you should probably create a spec for this. And you should also create a goal and ensure the goal includes validation. And I want you to do all of these things. The user really should be able to download our, they should be able to download our like shell app in like a zip file or something and quickly try out like building a macOS app with the licensing features built into it. So I guess our instructions should probably go through like what they would do, starting with like download the shell app. Lucky, what's up? What's going on? I get like sound notifications when chat messages come in. I feel like that should be a standard thing with this. Let's see, notifications.
There's a silence that follows me.
Hmm.
Not loud.
I like this. Next, thank you. It's got to be a way to get notifications going in here. Whoa. 10% left on our codex limits. I'm really happy they implemented this reset button feature because I think I got 3 of those stacked up right now. We're just going to smack that and keep on going. Okay, let's see if see what happens. I cut off the stream. Oh, I don't know. Let me try. All right, so this is still going, but this was it's like making changes to the app as we go, so I can see them here. We now have this like download sample shell button. It's adding this markdown guide for the AI agents. Download the app big, which has all the stuff in it. Okay. Still going with that. We're just gonna let it cook. I cannot wait for you guys to see what I'm cooking up over here. So like while this thing is running, I have one, two, three, four other monitors going with AI agents running and building. Um, but they're not ready to be shown yet. So bear with me. As soon as we have a macOS app with our foundation laid for that and being able to sell it with a license server, we'll get the next part going. And it's going to be pretty sick. I think it's going to be interesting. But all these things just take time, you know? Gotta turn my coffee mug down. Coffee's piping hot. So, one of the things that is really good when you're working with these LLMs, at least I've found, is to just have it exercise its own code. Like, if it writes a bunch of code and then it doesn't run it, it's not going to find the problems. Like, it's the same way as if you're an engineer, you're probably not writing thousands of lines of code and then clicking the run button and hoping that everything just works absolutely perfectly. Um, Especially since we're having it write its own tests instead of us writing the tests. If we give it like a goal from a product perspective of a user should be able to do XYZ and tell it to go validate it by doing those things itself, then it will find the gaps of the things that it missed more often than not. And GPT 5.5 X High just does this so well. High does okay. Medium, I haven't had real great experience with. Some people like swear by it, but maybe they're doing more hands-on. If we're doing like straight vibe coding, then X High is the way to go.
All I can say is that I tried.
All right, now
I never gave up on you. On us. I fought until the very end, but I can't beg you to stay anymore. I can't force you to love me.
oh, got so the other thing I'm working on right now is getting this domain that I just set up, working with Cloudflare. So all the DNS records, routing, all the mail server stuff that we're gonna need. It's all got to be done. Absolutely.
Maybe we could be together again. I just want to tell you that I miss you. Can I look in your eyes?
And email. Jeez. All right. Onboarding spec. Product page, developer guides, sections, copyable markdown instructions, downloadable macOS shell. Let's go check it out. All right. Would have thought I'd be allergic to Wyoming. All the dust out here. Okay, so now this is what it's come up with. Start with the downloadable shell app. Prove the flow of this product's JSON. Package the same config as the shit same bundle resource in your production app. The private signing key stays in. See what the markdown produces. Start our pipe. Crashed yet again. Sorry, Jen. We've been working birds for the last few days. That is not copied at all. Copy markdown guide. I don't think that actually works. You need to write a test for the copy markdown guide button. Use a system test because right now when I click on it, it doesn't actually copy the markdown or anything. You might even need to use computer use to validate that it's working. Let go. Package license. Well, I think we'll have it fixed. This shell archive contains the reference Swift package until a public package URL exists. I mean, it's doing that because that's what I said, but I think we really don't need it to be in a repository. Like, it could just be a downloadable zip file. Just had a crazy idea. I think what I might do is have, so this is going to be in the future product. And I'm just making a note for myself right now and for future agents. I'm going to make it so that I can grab the YouTube videos of these live streams and have the agent review everything that I did and look for places or things that we need to improve on. So, like right now, if I were to go in here and say, you know, oh, the copy markdown guide button isn't working, it should be working. Make sure you fix that, agent. And then later on, this evening after YouTube processes my live stream and processes the transcripts, I can have my agent grab those transcripts, look for all the places where I was talking directly to the agent, and have it go and fix all these things. That's going to be a pretty sick workflow. I think that's going to be cool. People that like are only recording their entire workday are going to be able to do something like that. It's like I'll have the LLM agent just like looking over my shoulder. That's really cool. I like that. I wonder if we could even get like real-time transcripts going. So it can just like pick these things up as I'm talking to it. That would be that'd be awesome. Select the raw license key once, call online registration, verify the signed certificate, store only, verify by the state. All right, so I think it's important that we fully understand things. Like we shouldn't just let the agents go do stuff without us like understanding what's going on. So I think what I'm gonna do is spin up Pi here because I really want to understand fully how this license thing is working. I'm not gonna burn a bunch of Chat GPT credits for this. We'll just use like GLM or something. I want you to review the license app code in this repository and explain to me how the licensing certificates work, like how a user buys a license and like they get that license, and is there like a cryptographic algorithm that we're using? Is it really the one that we should be using? Search the web to find out the best way to be doing this. I think right now it's certificates. Um, don't make any code changes. All I want you to do is some research to find out, one, if this is the best way to be doing this, the most secure way. Can we rotate these certificates if we need to? Like if I need to rotate something on the back end, can I rotate like the key on the back end that's being used to sign these things without interruption to the users? Can I rotate a given user's key if we need to, or a given user certificate? Um, you know, Pretend like I don't know very much about cryptography or any of how this licensing stuff should actually work, and explain it to me in a way that I'll understand it so that I can fully understand, what the various flows are between the back end needing some sort of private key to sign stuff, and like a public key maybe being used to verify. Go through that, explain it to me. Explain it to me after you've conducted your web research too, to make sure this is the best way to do this. All right, so we're just going to let that run, and then it'll come back and explain it all to us. The beautiful thing about AI is like knowledge is not gated anymore. I feel like knowledge used to be gated behind universities and behind like web search results. So it was like if Google didn't want you to know something, they would just not show you those search results. Um, and oftentimes, a lot of search results were geared towards conversions of like revenue. So just general information pages were really hard to access. And now I can go here and I can not only ask the AI how something works or what the best way to do something is, um, but I can also have it like do it in the context of my own code. And I feel like a lot of times people go to chat gpt and they'll ask some question and use like the pro research mode or something, and I do it all the time, that's great. But when you have a code base and you can give it context of saying like go look at our code and tell me, you know, is this the best way to do this, how does this thing work, it can go through and explain things to you. And if it starts using terms that you don't understand, just prompt it back and ask it, you know, what does that term mean? Until you yourself fully understand what is going on with the vibe coded code that it's written. Now, if we had this like running in Codex, it would use its own like native web search probably, but I have a bunch of these like subscriptions that I paid for when they first came out, including like the ZAI one to GLM, and so no matter what model I'm using, it like picks up this MCP and starts using it to do searches. Okay, so let's just kind of go through this, right? Um, so it's saying that you can think of a license like this paper diploma, and there's like the wax seal where they would like stamp a letter and you knew it was opening because the seal would crack. Um, so they're basically saying the server is our registrar, holds this secret wax seal stamp. It's a private key. Nobody else should have access to the private key other than like our server. When a customer activates their license, right, the server is going to stamp the digital certificate, aka the diploma, and hands it to the app. So basically, like you have this math function that's like a private math function, and you have a public math function, and the private one can like sign it so that sign the public one so that like when you present that certificate in the future, there's a, you know, mathematical way to prove that it was signed with the private thing. I don't know if I explained that well or not, but so then the app already keeps a copy of like the private seal stamp design baked into it. So now what's going to happen is the app can actually like validate the certificate without even ever having to like call home and say, is this thing valid? It has like the validation function baked into it, which could be both good or bad, right? Someone could like fool that And if we had to make it reach all the way back, then it would be harder to fool and you get some sort of analytics. But I would love doing that, right? Like I don't want a Mac OS app calling back to some server somewhere all the time. Like I just want to pay for a thing, I want to download it, and I want it to like work without us having to do that. Which is why I'm kind of on the fence about this whole like you must renew the license, using this renewal process every 30 days or whatever. I think I'm gonna probably make that like a feature that people who do want it can have it, but I probably won't use it in my apps. Okay. Let's go on to the next part. So I guess we just went over asymmetric cryptography. Okay. So basically, someone goes and buys the product. They go through the Stripe checkout. Stripe then sends a webhook back to the web server. The web server then reaches back out to Stripe and says, "Hey, did this actually end up getting paid?" Because it's like an asynchronous process with the credit card company. Um, Issuing the key. So then the purchase fulfillment is going to generate a one-time license key. Okay, we don't store the license key in the database, only a hash. I don't know that we need to protect the license key. It's not really like private information, but whatever, it's fine. I mean, it's like we just regenerate it, right? If we needed to. Generally, you hash something that in case the database were to get leaked to by hackers or something, the information that's in the database wouldn't be susceptible to like exposing personal data. Like a license key is just a random set of characters, so at the end of the day, like we would just regenerate it, not like some big secret. I don't know why they encrypted this, but they did. Service accept the license by handling the submitted key, bring it to hash. Okay, so then what they're going to do is it's going to probably concatenate the nonce and the other stuff that's being sent, hash it all, or hash some of it, and then it's going to look it up using the new hash of the key. So it's like you have two secret values, put them into a one-way hashing function, they produce the same value result, and then all you got to do is look up, does this hash match the other hash? Finds the license to that machine, up to max machines, default 2, then mints a signed certificate and returns it. Okay, so the initial license key that the user is getting is not the actual certificate. Like, we're not just going to mail them the certificate. What we're emailing is a license key that allows them to activate the product for that machine, and then they get a signed certificate. The app verifies the signature locally before unlocking anything. It stores the verified certificate in the macOS keychain. So now that certificate has like all these properties that it can be verified locally, because the app is going to ship with like the public verification mechanism. So the app calls license app API validate refresh on launch periodically. That's because if we want these signed certificates to expire, then what would happen is every time the app launches or on some cadence, if the license expires, you can reach back out to the server and say, is this still a valid license, right? Because let's say a license got leaked on the internet or something and like 1 million people started using it. If the app has to reach back out to the server to validate that a license is still valid, then like, and let's say licenses become invalid, not license, but the certificate, which represents the license for that machine, becomes invalid, say after 30 days, then at most, a license is leaked on the internet for 30 days and people can use it for 30 days, like illegally. But then all their apps are going to reach back out to the server and the server is going to go, wait a minute, nope, that's an invalid license, like it's been leaked. We're not reissuing this one, or maybe it's blocked or some whatever reason, right? It prevents like or it provides a mechanism for us to revoke licenses. I can also see like imagine you're a user and you know you have like a bunch of scammers out there on the internet nowadays, and they like pay for your product with a fraudulent credit card. Someone does a chargeback, you know, they basically paid for this thing but then like clawed the money back. Well, at that point they shouldn't have a valid license to keep using the product, so you can make the license invalid once that happens. So their app would then reach out and say, wait, no, this is an invalid license, like it hasn't been paid for, and not reissue a new signed certificate. All right, so then we have this fully offline air gapped, you know, like if you, I don't know, work in the military and you're on the SIPRNet or NIPRNet or something, and you have an air gapped machine, but you still want to have access to this like piece of licensed software, then like you could download the file and probably put it on a thumb drive and plug it into the machine, even though you're probably not supposed to do that, but like you could, and that would reload the licensed software. Or you could manually like type it all in by looking at the other screen. I don't know. Yeah, we could do. Could probably like encode the license into a QR code, and the air gap machine would just have to like turn its camera on to scan the QR code or something. like the app itself could have camera access, but I guess if you have an air gap machine, why are you giving an app camera access that really doesn't need it? I don't know. The whole idea is just kind of silly. Maybe that's like a nice to have future thing that we do. So as you can see, we'll have this private key that's going to live in the Rails encrypted credentials file. So the way Rails works with their encrypted credentials file now is you actually have like this file that stores all your secrets, and you encrypt that file with a passphrase or key or something. And then you check that encrypted credentials file into your Git repository. And you ship it with your app and everything. And the only way to get the credentials out of it is to have that secret key phrase. So one thing we could do here is have this signing private key stored inside of that encrypted credentials file. If you look at a lot of like security companies, what they'll do though is actually have like a separate server that has this encrypted sign, like this private key on it, and then requests have to be made to that really super hardened server application that does nothing other than take a request, sign it using the key, and return the results. And that adds this like layer of defense to saying like the server being hacked and that your like web servers running on. So, you know, the more web services you're running, the more like attack vectors that you have for a hacker to come in, exploit some piece of software that's running on your server, get access to everything, get access to that Rails encrypted credentials key to decrypt the credentials, get this private key, and now be able to like sign whatever licenses they want. If you have that on a separate machine and that thing is super hardened and super locked down to only accept, all it does is accept signing requests, then you know you've added this like layer of isolation. You can also like lock it down so that that server is only accessible by the other server, so the hackers would have to compromise the other server, and then I suppose at that point they could like request signatures all day long, right? um, but they don't have access still to the private key where they can like download it and start generating those signatures offline. Like you could have log files and everything around this to know, you know, this key was used to sign all these things. And like if you don't have all these signups and all this money coming in from Stripe, and all of a sudden you're like signing all these things, then you know that like there's some anomaly there going and you could fix it. And they even like have hardware keys now where you can put these certificates on your hardware key. It's plugged in, and that same principle happens where the signing request goes to the hardware key. The hardware key never exposes the private key. All it does is sign and return the result. Okay, so the public key is going to get shipped in the app. We already went over that. It's inside of the license configure the app. Use to verify signature. It's safe for everyone to see it. The public key is public. It should be out there. Let's see, private key.
Moving in the dark. Feel the rhythm inside. Every pulse, every beat taking me higher.
Well, this is why we asked. Specific algorithm choice is acceptable, but no longer the modern best practice. Yeah, so EDDSA is the ED25519 is what we probably want to be using now. ECDSA is actually actively being cracked. Let me just pull this up here and we'll show you what I mean. So if we look, we're like going to get into the realm of quantum cryptography here, but there's basically a way to figure out the encryption key, the private key for any given ECDSA algorithm using quantum computing, which requires like so many qubits and so many tofoils. And the general idea is if you can get this number below like 1,000, it becomes economically feasible for someone to go out and like create this quantum computer. And if you go look, there are already quantum computers with like 1,000 qubits in them. So anyway, this little project here is actually pretty cool. It's been using AI to reduce the math down so that less qubits and less physical TOEFLs here are actually required. I don't know what's going on with this project. It looks like, I don't know. So they're reporting that they have 825. Um, but that's at 489 million tofoils, and this is only 1 million. So the combined score is probably. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so they have like a best score where it's like this, you know, and so basically you gotta have tofoils and qubits, and they're like these physical things like wires and the actual like hardware qubits between them. And if you go look it up, you'll see like these big computers with all these wires coming out of them. It looks like what the mainframe computers used to look like back in the day. Except now with these things, they have to be like kept at absolute zero temperature. So there's like redundant ones and all the stuff that goes into it. But anyway, you have if you get below like 1,000 of these, it becomes economically feasible for someone to build this computer and then go and get the 25 million bitcoins, not $1 million, million bitcoins that like Satoshi and a bunch of other people mined um, early on and haven't ever moved and still have the old ECDSA keys or these ECDSA keys that would be vulnerable. So you could build this quantum computer, you could calculate in probably like under 20 seconds the private key, and then go extract all of those bitcoins and move them into your own wallet, um, which is pretty scary. So a lot of like blockchains are now becoming like quantum resistant, or they're using quantum resistant algorithms because this sort of thing is going on. And this is a really cool project. I highly recommend you go look into it. There's like these things called ZK proofs, and so basically a bunch of Google researchers um, came up with this result at this point, and um, I think they got down to like 1,400 qubits or something, and they had to prove that they'd actually like gotten this result. So in order to do that, they had to invent a bunch of math to prove that they knew what the result was. And so this ZK proof has this like nice property though, where like if you can like blow past Google's result, it still keeps proving that it improved upon it. And so what these guys did is they created this little project here where now you can point any AI machine at it, and it constantly just keeps simplifying the problem down to require fewer and fewer physical hardware components to build this quantum computer. And they're able to do that because if you can give AI like an optimization problem, but also give it a specific like way of validating that problem. So like when we're talking to it and telling it to write our code, we'll say like, write tests, go through and use it like the user would. Click the things and make sure they work. Well, if you can give it like a mathematical formula that it can go validate that its result is moving the needle closer and closer and closer, then we get better and better results, right? So like here's where Google was, and you can see how quickly the AI was able to make progress, and then it kind of had this long tail where it tapers off and sort of this like logarithmic chart here. But the really cool thing is that it's getting unbelievably close to actually like simplifying this down enough to where this algorithm's essentially going to become broken, right? Because in most cryptography, the way that you solve cryptography is by making the like math problem hard enough that on any given modern computers, it would take a very, very long time to brute force the answer. Um, and that's where like the quantum computing can do it much, much, much faster. So now you have this whole classification of like quantum resistant problems where the number of qubits required to actually brute force it would be like astronomically high, and the amount of um, money it would take to build that physical computer would be so high that it's not worth actually building it to crack something like this. So anyway, let's get back to this problem here. If we go and we say that we have EDDSA, okay, we should probably use that then. Oh, cool. So it even found some other projects that do things like what we're doing. egen.sh. Okay. Okay, so we need to switch over to ED25519. So we'll do that. That's on the list. Let's just kind of go through the rest of this though. Can you rotate the backend signing key without interrupting? Okay, so basically, like, it keeps a bunch of trusted signing keys. So if we need to create a new signing key, say like our private key gets leaked, we would have to establish a new private key. We would have to push out updates for all the apps so that they have that new like public key that can be used to verify the signed certificates. And then they would get their new ones. We'd re-sign certificates with the new key, and they would use that to verify. Oh, okay, there's a zero downtime rotation procedure that we could use. Let's see what that is. So generate a new key pair, ship an app update that trusts both keys. Okay, we've already talked about that. Wait for adoption. Ugh. Users who haven't updated still only have the old key. That's fine. Switch the server to sign with the new key ID. Keep the old key ID trusted in clients for at least one full validation interval plus grace period. So if our certificates expire for 30 days, then we'd want to do it for like 37 days, they're saying. If it has like a 7-day grace period, and then after 37 days, I'm guessing it's going to tell us to push another build out. Yeah, so then we push another build out that would no longer trust the old verification public key. Okay. So if you have like blockchains, one of the ways that they'll do these key rotations, because a blockchain, you have to process all the transactions in order. You can actually, like, if you have a new key on the network or like a new key for an account and you want to update your key and rotate it, like the wallet can actually sign the new key. And so basically, everyone's going to be ingesting that data in order, and they're going to see, oh, this new key was signed with the old key, which makes it now valid. Like, that's one way you can rotate these. Okay. Now we're going to switch back to GPT. And we're going to say yes. Create a new spec for this. And update any existing relative specs. Then I want you to go through and implement each of these things that we discussed that need to be done, such as rotation, more importantly, using ED25519. Yeah, so the AI dictation stuff doesn't do this real well, so I'll just do that. And let's see, what else do we need to tell it? Let's see, rotating user's license key. If that needs to be done, let's do it. But I think generally, like, probably need to rotate user certificates. That's more important than rotating a license key. Like, if a user needs a license key rotated, we should just have a mechanism where, like, we can delete it and recreate it or something. That's probably a better way about going about that. But I think the findings that you found, we should address each of them in the spec. And then I want you to implement the changes, and I want you to write tests for each of them so that they're well tested. And I want you to create a goal to do all of this. And the goal should include validating by running the tests and verifying that things are working correctly. And it's that simple. Like, I can literally just talk to this thing now, and I can talk to it a lot faster than I can type to it. Maybe some people can type faster. I don't know. So the nice thing about this like goal feature is it actually keeps it running in Pi down here where it's pursuing this goal now. And it's going to constantly like be watching this agent work. And if it sees it like stop or go off the rails, just kind of nudges it a little. It's like, hey, you were doing this. You got to keep going, right? And it's almost like I'm sending it that message, but I'm not. There's just another agent supervisor sitting there watching it. So we'll let that cook and we'll come back to it in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to continue getting the domain set up so that as we are building this and then ready to go launching it, we can easily launch this thing with all the stuff already set up that needs to be set up. Yeah, so if you're watching this right now and you need a license server, keygen.sh looks like it is the best thing out there, and you should definitely just go use that. But I'm building this because I like to rebuild everything, I guess, from the ground up. And I think it's really going to help me like learn how these things work. And I found the best way for me to learn how something works is to actually try and build it myself. Um, I think we just found out that as I was going through this, that there's encryption algorithms that we shouldn't be using, right? And if we had just let this AI vibe code, it would have used an outdated encryption algorithm to generate these certificates. So, um, you know, the more you like get into the weeds with something, or at least the more that I get into the weeds with something, the more I like start to probe, like, is this the right thing? Is this the way to be doing this? And then I learn more and more that way. Yeah, you need the keygen solution right now. Keygen.sh has it. I would definitely go check that out. Oh, we got that set up. We just need. Set up here. Okay, here's where the agents like to go off the rails. For whatever reason, they absolutely love to keep old code in. We haven't actually deployed this code anywhere, so we should not keep in the retired RS-256 that you're talking about. We are doing a full cutover. So the trick with these is to say cutover. It's like the magical word for some reason, and then it stops keeping the old stuff around. But I think we should actually, like, while we're doing this, go take a look at egen.sh that came up, because I think that would be pretty cool just to understand what's going on with that product. So this is basically everything that we're trying to build, and I'm gonna bet a lot more. It's probably been through a lot more security audits. It's probably had all of the kinks worked out of it, and it's probably not vibe coded. Um, yeah, it's SOC 2 Type 2 compliant, which SOC 2 Type 2 is actually pretty difficult to get. SOC 2 Type 1 is pretty easy. SOC 2 Type 2 is like a whole nother level. Um, I've done many of those audits, so I would, if you're pretty serious and you want your licensing stuff to work, then you should probably just go use this. Oh, they even have ECDSA, E256. We're gonna go with EDSA. I think that's the quantum resistant one, but I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Oh, okay. So you could actually go and just self-host this if you want. Um, and you can, there's even an enterprise. So like if you want to self-host for your business, that's pretty cool. Oh, they've got the air gapped environment stuff too. Oh, source code time. Holy, this thing is in Ruby on Rails. Would you look at that? That's pretty cool. See, people, you could still build very useful things in Rails. I don't know why people like are so quick to just build everything in Rust. Like, this is awesome that this is in Rails. That's really cool. And it's still actively maintained. 3 days ago is another commit. So yeah, definitely do not go use the thing I'm building. Go use this. I'm sure you're gonna get a lot better quality out of it. than the vibe coded thing. But we're going to keep vibe coding our stuff because, I think for me, this is a journey to go from point A all the way to the end. And I want to own every piece of my infrastructure. I want to be able to change it on a whim. And I want to learn how it works as I go. So we're just going to continue on with this. But I definitely should have done like a research phase beforehand and said, let's go see what's out there and maybe just use that other thing. So yeah, it looks like it's doing the full cutover now, which is pretty cool. How long have we been going on this stream for? Is there any way to find some information about that? $3 and 20 minutes. All right. So let's keep it going. This is just gonna keep cranking away. So the next steps I think that I have to do is we're gonna go through and make sure that the UI, because the UI now is like really complicated because I told it to like add a ton of detail. So we're gonna have to go through that and validate like each of the steps by going through them ourselves, or maybe even have the computer used to it. We'll vibe validate, right? And then let's see. So I think we should get like that initial like shell app working with all of the new stuff by going through it. We'll pull that up. We'll take a look at that app. And then we will move on to deploying this app. Now there's some stuff involved with deploying because I have to set up like a new Kamal deploy. It's got to like push it out to our staging environment, push it out to our production environment. We got to build up like all the encrypted credentials again. So we'll go through all that. I'm betting that the Stripe Connect stuff is not wired up. I don't even know how we would validate. We could validate that maybe in the staging environment on this with like a Stripe sandbox. So we'll have to set up a Stripe sandbox. Maybe I should just do that now. Just get that going. way Stripe has set this up is rather confusing. Alright, so I better go through and try and fix some of this thing first. I'm trying to get Stripe stuff set up, and they do this like whole thing now where you can have like multiple things under an account, but for some reason it doesn't want to put it all under my business. It's like keeps trying to like put it under my personal stuff. no. I'll tell you, I remember using Stripe when it first came out, and to like now, it is so much more complicated than it used to be. It's unbelievable the amount of stuff that's in here. What is going on here? Okay, you need to run like a bash command to block because you just keep pulling this process and burning through tokens. All right. Okay, that was a lot easier. I don't know why they make it so difficult. It's like they store all this old information, and then the first one that they put is like the oldest information. So you have to like scroll down. Also, you don't have to fill in some of the fields, and then it works properly. It's just, I don't know. Like the UI was not designed with the person in front of them or something. Anyway, all set up now. So we got our sandbox and the production account ready to go. This thing is still rinking away. Tests are still running. Just leave that. Let it go. Alright, so let me just start making some notes of the things that we should do. We need to clean up the product show page. Or too many words. Yes, we want our buttons to be consistently like cased. I guess Markdown is like a name, so maybe. I guess that's fine. It's just. And we will run the sample show. Steps. Page. Let's see those. Should probably have it generate some like automated smoke tests. Yeah, actually don't know. Never built a macOS app and had to validate the tests on the server. I've always run them on the machine I was developing the app on. So the question is, should we? Well, I should probably make it so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. I just realized you have not been able to see it. So I think one of the things is like, you have to run CI tests for a Mac on a Mac machine. I don't know. So we'll want to deploy this to staging. And then we'll want to validate that it works properly on staging environment. Basically, we'll want to connect our Stripe sandbox to the staging environment, and then that way we can actually like go through the workflow of making sure that a Stripe Connect account can attach to our stuff. So like a user could create a new Stripe Connect account You could like go through the sandbox. Actually, don't even know if you can do Stripe Connect through a sandbox. We have to find out. I really don't know. So we'll go through that and then we'll go from there. I also think I know what's going on with my NeoBIM setup. I just realized it's like shelling out to an AI to do auto completions, and I'm not actually running that model anymore, so it's probably failing on that. I probably should set up M2PLX or something on our Mac Studio and have it run predictions off of that for autocomplete. But that's not really a priority right now. Okay. Then if we find that this works on our staging environment, then we will deploy to the production. Okay. Then, once we have it in our production environment, what we should do is start on our base macOS app. And we'll integrate the Devices app library into our base app. Then we will begin working on what I think is going to be the mission control, feature packed dashboard, everything app for our company. So we're gonna then start loading up the macOS app with features. Cool. So there's some other things that we like talked about. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to create a nice to have section, and we're going to add get YouTube live stream transcripts feeding into our Forge. So, like, one of the things I think I want to do up here is probably have some sort of like Kanban/Forge board. Just like to-dos, things we want to work on. So yeah, this YouTube thing I think is going to be pretty cool. Like, you weren't here when I was talking about it before. I think the idea is like, as I'm live streaming, it's recording and it's doing transcripts, and then those transcripts can get processed by one of my agents and feed in things into our like our Forge or Kanban, GitHub, whatever you want to call it. And then that becomes like our to-do list of things to like work on. Or just for the agents to like pick up, maybe create like a demo PR or something. So if you ever used like Heroku back in the day, or even what's the thing that everyone's like running nowadays? I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's like 4:30 in the afternoon. I'm still drinking coffee. Um, yeah, but let's just say like Heroku back in the day had these like PR branches where you could create a PR, deploy it, and then like test it out. It was really great for your other stakeholders in the business because they could like go try out the new feature before you actually merged it into your main branch. And so I think that would be kind of a cool thing to have. So we're going to want to be able to work on developing our app from inside our app. We also want to be able to have demo branches of the app. So we should be able to spin up the app for a specific branch and try out a developed feature or whatever for that branch. So it should spawn its own app specifically within the context of that branch, and things like ports or servers or anything that's required should all only be connecting to that specific branch. What's wrong with this thing? All right. Let's see what else. Where are we at? This thing's still running. Oh, oh man. To do. XPy. I'm like 99% sure this is a fast mode problem, which if you can't see because I have the screen in the wrong place again. Yeah, I don't want to do this. But so I have this like extension that enables GPT fast mode, and I think it's causing some problems and causing Pi to crash. We are currently 3% left of our tokens with a reset in 3 days and 3 hours, but we're probably gonna have to trigger that early. Oh, wow. Messed up. The one that crashed was not. We have two of these running. This tree here. Oh, maybe it was in a different play session. What's going on here? Oh, it really shouldn't matter. Actually. Okay, so can we call this working? I think we should probably just commit the changes and push them up on this branch. I thought I made some changes, but really another agent made some changes. Um, so actually, it's Forge Joe instead of GitHub, because I can just spam the hell out of it and not worry about rate limits or anything. And when I want something to exist in it, I literally just point my agent at the source code and tell it to like add it, which has been really nice. Instead of waiting for GitHub to implement something forever. So we'll tell this to push it up, create a PR. And while that's doing that, I'm going to rerun our dev server here. And we're going to pay with the uploads. That's not right. All right. So if I copy this markdown, we actually get markdown. That's the question. Sure. So let's do this. Let's pull up our little notepad. And we'll just do a simple right. This is our checklist that it would give to like another agent or something. We'll tweak it, make it better later. This one. Pushing up to our server. So while that goes, let's see if this downloads. Aha! Nice. All right. All right, so now we're at a good place where we would just test this out. So I think what we should do is just tell this thing to, why don't you start up the shell agent or the macOS shell app, the sample shell, and I want you to run through like the markdown instructions or the instructions like on the product page and get that shell up and running because I want to go through and actually try out, uh, you know, depending like a user is going to purchase a license or whatever. And I think we had that like local demo license command that you can use to maybe generate the license. But we should go through the whole thing and make sure that from the user's perspective, that the shell app actually works. And like maybe in the shell app, we have some sort of gated feature set so that when the license like activates, we can like show, you know, licensed features enabled in like big red letters or something in the shell app. You also have the computer use tool, so you should be using that to validate that the shell app's opening and everything correctly before telling me and like going through and trying it on your own. All right, so now that that's like gonna go, I think I can bring up the see how well this works because I actually have this machine using the computer use stuff to like develop another app at the same time. So we'll see what happens here. So it's a good thing we don't do this, because apparently it has some stuff that it needs to actually enhance in the shell app. We are 4 hours and 15 minutes into this app build stream thing, and we are still going. We have got to get this license server donezo so that we can move on to actually building an app. If you are just tuning in, we are building a business from the ground up, and I mean the ground up. So we are vibe coding a license server right now, and that license server is going to be used to sell our macOS app, which we are eventually going to build, and that is going to encompass all sorts of features that help us manage our business end to end with AI and build out stuff in a vibe coding type of way. Not sure. Let's see. So one thing that the AI really loves to do is just leave old versions of things lying around. So let's do this. I think what we should do when we build the app, the output of the build should have a build timestamp that, or like a hash or something that was included in the build, and we should prominently display that in the title. So I think right now it says like license app macOS shell, and then we should put like the build hash or something, or the timestamp there, so that you can always easily see what build it is that we're currently running. Yeah, this thing gets messed up so much, I've noticed. It's like it doesn't maintain the state well of, I made some changes to some code and now I have to relaunch the app. And I don't know if it's because it was trained on so much JavaScript or like things that do hot reloading, that it never really was like trained well on maintaining what version it's running on. But if we like put something glaring on the screen, so if like part of the tool output of building the app prints a hash or a build timestamp or a revision or whatever, like all the things it's adding right now, then it will at least kind of like get some of that context and be able to compare that specific identifier in what it's seeing on the screen. So it's going to launch our new app, and our computer use tool, whether it's taking a screenshot or it's parsing the AX tree which is like this tree that basically is like an accessibility thing so that you can like programmatically look at what's on the screen on Mac computers, Mac OS. I'm probably explaining that terribly wrong, but basically when the AI wants to like look at the app, it'll be glaring what build is actually running, and it'll be able to see like, oh wait a minute, like that ID is not the same ID or what we just built. I'm running an old version, let me rebuild, or let me like kill the app and restart it on the new build. I suppose one thing we could also do is like make sure only one version of the app's only ever running. If it does a rebuild, maybe as part of like a make build or make installer command or whatever we want to do, like create a make file, we could have it automatically kill old versions that are running and bring it up. It's kind of heavy-handed. I would prefer the AI to know and just keep track of the fact that it like changed some code and then it rebuilt, and now it needs to kill the old app that it left running and restart it again. I mean, maybe even just some instructions in the tool output would be a good idea, but we'll see what happens here. Cool, okay. So you can see now that it's running the app. It's calling our Hollow Observe model. So basically what that does is it takes an actual screenshot of what's on the screen, and then it sends the screenshot to the locally running model that we have on this machine. And that model is then going to output all of this information about what it actually sees on the screen. And as part of our computer use tool, the model, the agent can also request like the AX tree and like dig into more of what's on the screen so that it can then, you know, properly interact with the screen as if it was a person sitting at a computer. And we've given it the ability to click on certain things. So like, you know, on an AX tree, it can click specifically targeting that way, like a programmatic click. Or we actually gave it real like mouse computer use. So it can like move the mouse over, click on something, or it can like move the mouse to a point, click, drag. And I say we, I did all this myself. So basically, anytime I find that this thing is struggling, I will open a new Pi session. I'll go to my like computer use repository that I've created, and I'll have the AI go back and review the old Pi session, and I'll instruct it to look for places where it was struggling and places that we can improve on. And then I'll have that agent like update the computer use tool and enhance it some more. The problem with using GPT 5.5 though is it's like very verbose. It just does not care about the amount of tokens it outputs. So one thing it will like try to do with the computer use tool is make it so that all the information it could possibly extract from the screen is like returned in our tool response, which is actually terrible because you know, we pay for tokens. Like there's some cost to returning all this results. Like as you can see, there's a huge amount of result already in the tool data, and if we are to like let it run wild, it would try to, you know, one thing I saw it do originally is it would like take a screenshot and then base 64 encode the screenshot and return the entire base 64 encoded screenshot in the JSON response payload. And I don't know if that was actually helpful, like if the AI could actually like turn those tokens into something useful. Um, but it was ridiculous, right? Like at some points you're taking a like high fidelity screenshot of a computer monitor resolution that's like maybe 2000 by 2000 something, right? And so you end up in this 3 or 4 megabyte picture that's now base 64 encoded, and you like fill up an entire context window with it. So let me pull this up so that you guys can see what's happening. Let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, so now you can see that the this whole app right now is being controlled by the AI agent using our computer use tool. So it's going to go through, it's going to like click on things, enter in fields, just basically use the whole app from a user's perspective. Maybe I can even like overlay this. You can really see. Don't forget to brush your beard. Oh yeah. Looks like it just killed the app. Oh, okay, so it made an update, killed the app, restarted the app properly. Blow it up a little bit. As you can see, like this thing generated the app that we told it to, right? It generated that shell app. And you can see like it just outputted a bunch of like markdown information about what it's seeing on the screen. So it generated the shell app, and then I did not give it great instructions, right? Like I didn't say, do this, do this, do this. I didn't formulate a plan with it. I often find like if I tell an AI to like create a plan and we sit there and we plan out this whole thing, it's kind of like it's like fighting the AI's natural ability to just like predict next tokens, and it stifles it for some reason. So I generally try and be like more vague, just talk to it naturally, tell it, okay, this is what I want to do, and then let it generate the thing. And then what I'll do is I'll go back from like a product owner, product manager's perspective and say, oh, I expected it to do this. I expected it to do this. You know, this maybe isn't right. And let it like exercise the app. Let it use the app as a user, like as a person on this computer, whether it's a website, let it go in and like fill in the fields, click the buttons, or if it's in like a macOS app, whatever, let it go in there, open the app, click in the fields, click the buttons, do the scrolling. Um, and if it exercises it from the perspective of a user, and I give it feedback from the perspective of a user, I really don't need to go too technically deep. And it will tend to find the things that it needs to fix all on its own. Which I gotta say, I think is pretty awesome. Um, you probably burn more tokens that way. Um, but it, I don't know. Like, I think when I was an engineer and I'm sitting there and I'm just a code monkey and I was cranking out code like crazy, one of the things that like would really, I don't want to say bother me, but I think one of the things that was difficult to do was have like non-engineering folks come back to you, and instead of like telling you from a user's perspective of this is what I'm experiencing when I'm using the app, and here's what I would like it to do, they would like try and meet you where you are at like a technical level and explain to you in technical terms exactly how they wanted things to work, instead of like what the outcome is of what you know people actually wanted, or what that person like wanted the app to do. um, and I kind of wonder if like the AI is feeling that sometimes when we force it into a technical direction instead of letting it naturally figure out the technical direction based on what the requirements are from a user perspective of what we want it to do. It's still going. So if you decide to implement your like own computer use gateway, one of the things that I found that actually seems to be working pretty well is to create like a lock or a mutex on the gateway. So when an agent like spins up a new session and it provides its session token, it actually can do like uh, atomic operations on the UI. So if it's like, I want to perform these operations on this window, here are the operations you should perform in order. And that seems to have like a much better, like it seems to be able to do that pretty well and use it pretty well. And the reason I'm saying this is because like I actually have two agents right now that are developing two separate apps on the same machine. And so they're kind of like fighting each other for the UI of what windows in front, what shots of windows of things that they're taking, what operations they're performing on those windows, like whether they're clicking or typing and that sort of thing. And you don't want like one agent to come in and like yank the cursor away or like yank away focus on an input field. Um, and so by, having just applying some like database principles around like atomicity and stuff, you can make sure that your gateway is applying like state transitions to the UI in the same way that like it might just applying database state transitions across tables or across rows or you know any sort of views in that database. And it's working pretty well. So a little tidbit if you're working on wanting to implement your own computer use thing. It's still finding stuff that it needs to fix. That's what I'm talking about. Like I think I've gone over this before, but when you have uh like an AI model that you're developing, you basically like feed in some inputs. It goes through the weights and biases, and this is like super simplified version of you know artificial neural networks or feed forward back propagation artificial neural networks. You like feed in through the weights and biases, you sum and multiply them all up, and then you have some like output layer that basically like produces a result. And then you have to like take that result and you do this back propagation where you feed the data back through and you kind of like adjust your weights and biases as you go. Um, and you see like how far off you were in error correction. It's kind of like you do this like gradient descent or this or even like a hill climbing thing where you're trying to reduce the amount of error so that as you like put things into the input, you get out on the other side what you expect. Um, and I think that humans kind of learn this way is like we're taught something, and then we in school have to like use that information, and they'll like give us an exam or a test, and you like regurgitate the things that you learned or you retained on the test, and you get a score for it, right? And that's like your output score of like how close were you. Maybe it's like precision recall or something you want to call it in when you're doing artificial neural networks. You have like an evaluation score, and then maybe if you're in a school where they allow you to go back and fix your test, like I think that was always super important. I don't know, a lot of schools don't probably do this, but if you take an exam and they allow you to go back and fix your answers, right, and like retake the exam for a better score or something, ideally like you're going to get a better score if you figured out what you did wrong the first time. And that like back and forth is what actually trains um, an artificial neural network. And I think that because of that and how we've modeled the human brain into an artificial neural network, and these LLMs, you kind of have this like inherent property where the LLM is going to like predict the next best token, and it's going to have like this stream of consciousness where it basically like does a bunch of things and produces a result, but it's going to miss things. And so the only way for you to like go back is to have it run its thing, do its output, see if it works the way it's supposed to work, And if it doesn't, it has to go back and error correct, right? It has to go fix the code again, run it through, and see if it gets its result. And it just, if you haven't played that Pong back and forth long enough, like you get to where you want to go. And I think early on with like Ralph loops and all the looping that they're talking about nowadays, um, that's ultimately what people are trying to get at there, and what allows us to like take an AI model that maybe isn't so good, but if you let it run long enough, it'll maybe eventually get to the correct conclusion. If you constrain it enough. And obviously these frontier models need like less constraint, like they can do more thinking and like trying to interpret what it is that you're trying to get to. Oh no, we just hit our codex usage limits. Okay, so now we gotta, the first time I've used this reset button, so it's gonna be interesting to see how this works. Let's see. Codex. See resets. Reset usage. Wonder how long that takes to, like, is it instant? Oh, that's so sick. Look at that. All right. Continue. We're back in business. Let's go. Dev server. Okay. This is pretty cool. I don't know if I've talked about this yet, but I added like an agent console to this Rails app. So basically, the agent can start a Rails application, and then the same way that like a user would have like a Rails console, agent has like a slightly more improved one where it can connect to the socket and just like execute commands against the Rails server. And I found that it actually likes to do this because sometimes there's things in like Ruby that change and it just doesn't know the best way to do something. And so it will, like it just did, you know, I don't know why doing that, but basically it can execute stuff in Ruby now. And the beautiful thing about Ruby is like it can just straight up like load classes and execute methods on them without having to like run through the full gamut of like a compiled application. I feel like a sports broadcaster. I'm just sitting here like, oh yeah, this sports player is really doing great today. Explaining what the AI is doing. It seems kind of strange. Oh, we're almost at 5 hours. We're 4 hours and 46 minutes into this stream, and I'm probably gonna need to stand up at some point. So I used ZAI's GLM 5.2 for like a week or two, and just I probably burned like 1 billion tokens with it, and it was so nice having the 1 million context window because I think it actually got things done faster just because I didn't have to sit here and wait for context to compact. Like GPT 5.5 will spend I don't even know. I mean, we'll have to go back and look at this stream, but I'm betting it's probably going to be like 5 minutes just to compact this one session. And then it's going to like start back up. Like it loses some knowledge, right? Um, and that 1 million context window allowed Jump 5.2 to just keep cranking through features. Even on max mode, like I only run that thing on max mode, and it's still, I mean, it overthinks for sure, but it's still like shipped more stuff in less time. And I think it had to do with the compaction. It just takes so long with codecs. You can probably slightly see the other app spawning behind this one that it's working on. This is wild. Look at how long this compaction takes. Insane. I definitely gotta go back and look at the stream to like see how long this compaction actually takes or took. Let's just look back through here. Probably should have just done like a with indifferent access on this, and then change that up. Yeah, I'd say most of this context probably got eaten up by computer use tool calls, but there it goes. Go back and look. We'll see how long it took just to do a compaction. The problem is it like loses so much that now it's going to go back and do some things that it already did. Remember, you're going through and you're running the license app macOS shell and making sure that it works from a user's perspective, along with our license app server and like the page for a product going through and following those instructions is properly set up and working correctly from a user's perspective. Let's just set a goal for this. Actually, maybe just check the current goal to see if this is what the goal was doing before. Um, and if so, then like just re-enable that goal. But if not, like you need to create a new goal and make sure the goal includes verification with some testing and whatnot. I don't know why, but sometimes the goals get marked completed when they're not, and it's probably because I don't provide strict enough instructions about what like completed means in terms of validation. I have found that if you just want this thing to like run forever and just crank features, like let's say you're building something and you don't even know what you want like the next stuff to be, give it like really good instructions with a roadmap and some specs, but then tell it to be to like that this goal is an evergreen goal and it will never end. It'll just keep going and going and it'll burn tokens until the sun comes up. You'll wake up and there'll be like a ton of new features in your app and it's just like, whoa, what happened there? Sometimes it goes really off the rails and breaks a bunch of stuff, but that's the beauty of Git. Like if you tell it to commit along the way, you just roll back some Git commands. I've also found that if you start like another agent and you have it monitor what that agent is doing, like tell it should summarize every half an hour, every hour, the changes that were made to the Git repository, and have it like write out its own specs where it just keeps up to date, like documentation or something for the other app that it's monitoring. And you can tell it that if the other agent is going like way off the rails or outside the scope of the app or undoing things that are like critical that we've specified that we wanted, like that other agent can like supervise that one and modify the roadmap for the other one. And then the other one will come back, and if you tell it to just keep looking at the roadmap and tell it that you're going to update the roadmap, and it should like only pick the next smallest unit of work to work on. That actually works pretty well because it's like these two agents are like working together. This one's like making sure that one's not going off the rails, and it will kind of like guide it a little bit better. Yeah, it looks like our Pi session maybe broke. Something's going on with it. Okay, hold on. I think I need to stop this thing or something. Let's grab this session here. I restarted Pi, so there should be no processes running. You probably have to restart them. Also, when you run background processes, you don't need to pull. If you run them with the correct params, then it will just update you once when the process finishes. If you need to wait till a process finishes, you can sleep. That will block until it finishes. There is no tailwind issues. Move on. You're focusing on the wrong thing. You should be focusing on the license app. You should be focusing on the macOS app and using it from the user's perspective. I'm running the development server for you now. Okay. Yeah, so this this compaction it just totally messed up the flow. Like this thing was going, it was testing the app, and then we hit compaction. We've already burned 37% of this session. And it's just gone so off the rails. This is the problem with compaction. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. You really shouldn't be doing any sort of manual testing this way. If you need to add system tests to the application, then you should just add some system tests. If you need a user to test something, um, then you should update the seeds file so that there's a user there for you to use. Wild. This thing has already burned 8% of our 5-hour sessions tokens just getting back up to speed after doing the compaction. I feel like even 500,000 tokens or 300,000 tokens. 300,000 is like the minimum I think you really need in a context window. There's nothing wrong with Tailwind, and you shouldn't be modifying any Vite or any Tailwind things. You just need to find the correct scripts in the bin directories to regenerate the Tailwind assets if you're having issues with that. It's like it only knows one specific way to use these assets, and I have kind of a custom pipeline because this is a mono repo, and so I wanted things to be able to be like I want to be able to generate like different Tailwind outputs and use them in like specific apps. So like the foundation engine we have can generate its own assets, like its own Tailwind assets, and all the other apps that are mounting the foundation engine should be able to import those assets. But just by like the nature of doing something a little bit more custom, for whatever reason, these models like don't want to explore. They're like overfit on using Tailwind a specific way for some reason. And it's probably because everyone uses it the exact same way. Except for me, which causes problems. 58% of the way into this context window, and it's just caught back up to speed, I think, and getting to a point where you can continue moving forward. This is like terrible for every person paying for tokens, but it's absolutely amazing for companies like OpenAI that have the slot machines running 24/7. You're feeding it quarters. There's a complete misalignment of incentives for them to reduce the amount of tokens it takes to do something, because that's how they get paid. Which is why with the next stuff we're going to do, we're going to focus on local models, because there's a complete incentive for local models to be as efficient as possible for multiple reasons. Like if you come in from different angles, local models have to run on less performant hardware, often a single machine, not spread across multiple GPUs. So they have like actual hardware constraints, and people want them to run fast so that they compete with the amount of tokens per second that these frontier models are producing. Although, I mean, you can see in this window here, maybe. Uh, this, you know, ChatGPT 5.5 is actually only doing 37.1 tokens per second. And I guess, like, if you're scooping up cars at a speed shop, you'd say, like, that's measured at the wheel. This is the token per second measured at the wheel, right? Like, this is what we're actually experiencing, and not just what the server's saying it's producing at. So we're going to let that run. We'll see if the reviewer comes back with anything helpful for this thing. One real regression. This reviewer skill is pretty sick. All I did was tell it that anytime you make code changes, you have to ask a reviewer to review your changes. It's like if you have multiple engineers working on a team and they push up a code to a PR and another engineer has to review it. Except now we don't have to go through the whole rigmarole of going through a PR. Ooh. I gotta eat some lunch / dinner here pretty soon, so maybe at like 5.5 hours into this stream we'll cut it off, and then I'll take like an hour break or so and we'll resume from there. So I wonder if there's like a max time these streams get cut off at. Like, does YouTube cut you off at streaming after a certain amount of time or anything? Oh, what is going on? Oh, it needs credentials. Okay. So here's where we're going to go and tell it that. Okay, so it looks like the tests that you're running are prompting a keychain like credentials password. But if we're doing any sort of testing, we should really be mocking that, because it's gonna require me to enter in the password manually every time, and we don't want to do that. It's gonna slow down the development lifecycle and your ability to like test things out. So I'm gonna click deny on that, and then you need to properly mock that. Hey, it agrees with me. Okay, so hopefully it'll go mock the keychain stuff. You know, one thing we could also do is provide an environment variable where if a file is passed to that environment variable that includes the information that you'd be extracting from the keychain, then that might be another way that you could test this too. And it would make it so that the app is like, we're able to like inject something that like the credentials would need via referencing a file in an environment variable. We don't ever want to pass credentials into an environment variable because those would show up in things like a process list. But we could pass like the file itself that that is like holding credentials or something. And that might allow you to test this better. Now you just popped up the screen again, so I'm going to have to click deny on it. Oh, so it looks like maybe it's trying to store the license in the keychain. So I guess like I could enter in a password and let it work. So one thing I did do is I created a human notification skill in like CLI tool, so I can like go away from the machine and do something, and it can send me a message to like my phone that I need to come back and like enter in a password or something like that. Ideally, the computer use tool would have access to that, but macOS has all sorts of security precautions around those sort of things. So in fact, if you try and take a screenshot of some of these sort of windows, it doesn't even let the render in the screenshot. So I had to hack together something that would even let it do that by grabbing the actual frame buffer like that would be used for something like remote screen sharing. So at least now it can see the dialogue, but it still has trouble like it can't like enter my password because it doesn't have it. Okay, so now it's created like a file back storage mechanism instead of a keychain, which will help with testing, but we'll definitely still want to test the keychain stuff. You can see it just filled in that field for us. Now, could a decent like macOS Swift developer, Apple developer, like develop this application so much faster than AI? Today, yes, they probably could, because running through this computer use tool where it constantly has to go back and check the context so it's on the screen, like we inherently get that from our brain and our eyes. So it obviously takes the model longer to do things. Plus, we're at 88.9% of this context window, and it's going to have to compact again. And it literally just got to the point where it's finally doing something again. So. I just crashed. Yeah, it's this later. I can do it now, that's for sure. And it's triggering a compaction. Oh my gosh. Actually, I bet you that's what's causing this. So we're at 93.5% of our context window. I reopen this up and it instantly triggers a compaction. I bet you we have something going on between our extensions and some of our settings. It's not expecting the compaction to happen or something. I think I do have a tweak so that it compacts a little bit earlier, because I have this subagent's light extension that likes to basically go out, spawn a subagent, and then take the entire response and put it back into the context, instead of just like putting a file for the agent to analyze after. So and it seems to work a little bit better, honestly. But it does overflow the compaction when you're on a model that has a very small context window, like GPT 5.5 does with Codex Blend. There's a 1 million context window, I think, with GPT 5.5, but you have to be using the API and like the pay-as-you-go usage. All right. So to wrap this up here for a few minutes, I think we'll let this run. It's just going through the motions of validating that the macOS shell app that we built is going to properly demonstrate the way to integrate the license key server. And once we have that really solid, then we can point, an AI agent at it and say, like, add this to the foundations for our new app. And then that way we have the ability to like sell the macOS app on day one. But this is probably going to take a while. So I think I'm going to end the stream and we will come back to this later. I will, at that point, hopefully have it in a place where the license app shell is fully tested and working. And then we can just get on with deploying, which also is really boring to watch happen because it has to run through all the CI servers and everything. So might just do that as well. Once it's validated that this workflow works for users and we have that deployed, we can begin on our macOS app. But I think that's probably what we'll pick up here. Probably come back in about an hour and we'll start again. All right, what is it doing now? Fixing some RudoCap things. See, it just assumes that like these test asset things are supposed to be where they're. Oh, okay. Now it's self-correcting and trying to actually find the test assets because I have a skill that tells it to do that. And it's properly working. Maybe this iteration around from the compacted context will actually work. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. We'll come back in an hour and see where things are at. All right, everybody. I will catch you in an hour.